Hello, everybody. We hope that you all had a wonderful evening yesterday and that you are ready to begin the next day with a bang and not a whimper. And warm greetings also to those of us who are only joining us today.
Yes, a very warm welcome to you, ladies, gentlemen, and others, on the second day of our international conference, City Museum Change, 20 years in the European Union. An event at which we're seeking to answer the question of how the cities that joined the European Union 20 years ago have changed and how the city museums operating in these cities have developed their activities and responded to the changes that have taken place in their surroundings. It's also worth adding, as it was rightly pointed out yesterday, that the past 20 years are not only about the enlargement, but generally about this tremendous shift that's taken place at city museums, with new focus being placed on them, resulting in innovative concepts and new ideas.
Yesterday, we started with the topic of tourism and over-tourism, to later talk about tangible and intangible heritage. Today, we shall continue with the topic that we already began to discuss yesterday, the ever-present issue of locality and globalism. While yesterday we examined the issue from the perspective of a community, the first session today will focus on the direct relationship between particular places and cities and globalism.
Yes, we'll find out more about the role the city museums play within the larger global context, and also learn how cities foster identities in the unifying global world. Is globalism a danger, or rather an opportunity for localness?
But before we start the first session, we would like to invite Michał Niezabitowski, the director of the Museum of Kraków, to the stage, as he has something very special to share with us.
Hello, thank you. Dear colleagues, yesterday many of us said that we are European family, that we are City Museum family, that we are Museum Professionals family, and I said also that we are European Union family. It is quite true, but not exactly, because we have between us guests which are absolutely, definitely from Europe, but just now, not yet from European Union. You know that between us, we can welcome Tatiana Bey, director of Museum of Lviv. Alexandra Provozin, the project manager, and Svetlana Timkiv, the head of educational programs. I'm absolutely sure that all of us are 100% convinced that just now the heroically fighting Ukraine defend us and our European values. This is a fight between Europe and our values and imperial Russia. So we know very well that Ukraine just waiting for access to the European Union. But as museum professionals, we want to give you one gift, which will be something like promising an invitation to our European family. Can I invite you here?
Thank you very much for the invitation to this museum's event. For us, it's very important to be a part of European family. And we hope that in the next future we can invite you to our country with many of museums, many of heritage, so that it will be not more not more dangerous to travel to our country, and we invite all of you to our city museum, to Lviv, and hope see all of you in the next future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very moving gesture and expression of definitely solidarity and friendship, and the fact that we're all part of the European family.
Yeah, let us all hope for a better future for all of us. But it's time to begin the first session of the day. So our first speaker is Zigita Žemaitė-Strazde, the head of the exposition and exhibition branch of the Kaunas City Museum, who will present a paper titled "It's Time to Change: New Era of Kaunas City Museum." Wonderful.
The floor is yours.
Well, my surname is not the easiest to pronounce, so thank you for... Yeah, I'm Sigita Žemaitė-Strazde, almost. Okay, it's very... it was a very moving beginning of the day, so it's not easy to start the conference. But labas rytas visiems, dzień dobry, hello for everyone, good morning. I hope you're all well rested and fresh for today. Well, today I'm going to talk about the recent changes that was made in our museum. Well, literally, I will talk about city museum change. Well, but at first, from the beginning, I think you have to understand the roots of our museum to know better how we change and what the reason was of this change. So from the beginning. The beginning of Kaunas City Museum's history dates back to 1882, when Kaunas was the center of the Russian Empire governorate and first-rate fortress city. Engineer Golishkinas, who worked alongside other experts in digging trenches for forts, noticed some interesting examples of paleontology and started collecting them. His collection formed the basis for the founding of the Kaunas City Museum. The museum was officially established in 1897 and was housed in a room designed within the town hall. Over the years, the collection grew and became richer, reaching its peak during the interwar period. Actually, one fact from this period, I mean from the beginning of Kaunas City Museum history, could be interesting for some colleagues in the audience. There is known that Kaunas City Museum was the place where Vladislav Starevich began his magnificent career as an animator. So you could see the building where he worked and where he created some of his first pieces of animation. Well, with increasing number of exhibits, of the exhibits, museum's premises became cramped, making it impossible to establish larger exhibition. So in 1936, following the establishment of the Vytautas Magnus Culture Museum, the City Museum was closed and its exhibits were dispersed between other cultural and scientific institutions. This gap lasted for almost 70 years. In 2005, it was decided that Kaunas City Museum ought to be re-established as a budgetary institution under the auspices of the Kaunas City municipality. The museum opened its doors to visitors on 15 February 2008. The Kaunas City Museum comprises 5 branches. Kaunas Castle, Folk Music Museum, Mikas and Kipras Petrauskas house. They were famous composer and opera singer. And composer Juozas Gruodis house. By the way, it's the wooden modern architecture. Well, today I will delve deeper into the process we undergone for almost 7 years, the renovation of Kaunas Town Hall, one of our branches as well. Their museum came back in 2015 and its adaptation for museum purposes. The Kaunas Town Hall building is not easy to work with, to say the least. This historical building, dating back to the middle of the 16th century, stands as one of the city's symbols. While it has served as a town hall with centuries-long history, for many ordinary Kaunasians, it has been, and sometimes still is, primarily known as a marriage palace. The marriage palace was opened in 1974, following renovations by architect Žybartas Simonaitis. By the way, the function of marriage registration was one that needed to be preserved after the renovation. The latest renovation. So in 2017, when we started working with this project, we were forced with several challenges. A 16th century building had undergone numerous renovations and reconstructions over the centuries, a lack of accessibility for visitors with mobility disabilities, the need to maintain some of its previous functions, but most importantly, we had a desire to create a modern exhibition on the past and present of Kaunas city. The primary objective of the exhibition, as it was outlined in the technical specification, is to present a contemporary perspective on the city of Kaunas, its urban development, and the identity of Kaunasians, thereby bringing attention to ongoing urban development processes in the city. Additionally, it aimed to provide visitors with an opportunity to discover new insights and actively engage in discussions, express their opinions, and share their personal stories in a conducive environment. As the City Museum, our aim was not only to acquaint visitors with the history and unique characteristics of Kaunas, but also to provide insights into the city's functioning and operations. I believe this marks the main difference between the museum's current objectives and those of the past. Following its re-establishment in 2005, the museum focused on narrating the city's history through exhibitions, events, and education programs. However, starting in 2017, there has been a notable change in this direction. The winner of the competition for the renovation of Kaunas Town Hall and its adaptation for museum purposes was announced in 2018. Process Office, an architecture study based in Vilnius, was announced as the first place winner. Process Office is renowned for its works in the museum field, as you can see, including projects such as Latvian National Museum, Center of Civil Education in Vilnius, Jonušas Radvila Palace Complex belonging to Lithuanian National Museum of Art in Vilnius, New Arsenal, the latest their project in the Lithuanian National Museum branch in Vilnius. So they have they are working for a long time with museum's projects. The focus of the reconstruction project for the building was to adapt it to house a museum and create exhibition space. This involved expanding public access areas and reorganizing the structure of the first floor and the basement to include a cafe, educational space, and exhibition space. Also, the previously unused attic space is being transformed into exhibition area of the glass and steel structure pavilion. This not only maximizes the use of space, but also allows visitors to view historic attic and its modern structures. Well, this is a team of competition stage. I will not read all the surnames, of course. This is a conception creation stage team, and over here is a realization stage. So in content creation, we are working together, historians and social scientists and anthropologists, architects. We have an IT leader and adaptation for exhibition for children team. Well, the primary objective of the exhibition, as mentioned previously, is to illuminate the essence of the city as an entity, and specifically that Kaunas represents. In this segment of the presentation, I will delve into the structure of the exhibition and its main themes, describing them very briefly. Though you can see the cellar or the basement, the city as a territorial entity comprises various areas and districts. To address the aspect, the cellar, this wide and also somewhat fragmented space, was chosen as the exhibition area to fulfill this objective. In the cellar, we delve into the identity of the main districts of Kaunas and the city itself. This part of the exhibition is mostly dedicated for Kaunas history, then each of neighborhoods represents different feature of Kaunas. We have a second floor. On the second floor, we are going to talk more about the city, Kaunas, as an object. Here we ask questions such as, how does the city as a structure operate? This includes its water and electricity supply, public transport system, road infrastructure, healthcare system, police, fire department, etc., etc. We are asking, what are Kaunasians' values, political attitudes, and point of views? What do the inhabitants of Kaunas think? What is the relationship between the city as an urban structure and the surrounding nature, or nature which exists in it? Are there any tensions? Which symbols and pictograms could depict or describe Kaunas? What does the casual everyday ritual of Kaunasian look like? For example, visiting a famous donut bakery every Saturday, or looking where to park his or her car during the basketball games. What do balconies, a common attribute of city architecture, look like in Kaunas, and what do they reveal about people living there? Well, from the beginning we knew that one of our goals was to involve the city community in museum activities and exhibition creation. Well, for this reason, one of the exhibition spaces is dedicated to memory, the subjective history of Kaunas citizens and communities. This is a temporary exhibition space where each new exhibition will be created collaboratively by the museum curator and individuals from the community. And the last one is the attic. Another temporary exhibition space will be installed in the attic pavilion. There we are going to have exhibitions mostly dedicated to city, Kaunas city. And as I mentioned at the beginning, one of the most important aspects of the building renovation and exhibition renewal project was to enhance accessibility for people with disabilities to visit Kaunas Town Hall. For this purpose, an elevator allowing wheelchair users to access almost all spaces from the cellar to the attic was installed. Additionally, we will implement a hearing loop system to ensure a positive experience for visitors with hearing disabilities during visits or events, as well as braille signage to provide important information and the directional guidance. To further improve accessibility, we will introduce a new museum app, where every visitor can enhance their museum experience by scanning special tags or markers. Accessibility features in the exhibition include, for vision impairment, audio descriptions for displays and some exhibits, audio content and tactile elements in some displays, for hearing impairments, subtitles and sign language interpretation, for movement disability, adjustable display heights, and a 3D tour of exhibition spaces that are inaccessible due to architectural features. Well, to sum up, we have come a long way, but the result awaiting us will mark the new beginning, the true new beginning of the one and only museum dedicated to Kaunas city in the world. The grand opening is scheduled for the middle of the summer, So you all are warmly invited and welcome to visit us. And the last one, what I wanted to say, so thank you for your attention. Ačiū labai, dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. That was Zigita Žemaitė-Strazde. Thank you. I hope I got it right this time. Thank you, Zigita, for this splendid piece. Off and on storytelling, it is truly encouraging to see how the city museums can be as dynamic as the cities themselves.
Yes, and we definitely keep our fingers crossed for a truly festive opening of the museum. And now, for our next speaker, let us introduce to the stage Anselm Hartinger, the director of the Museum of City History Leipzig, who will tell us about the World Village Leipzig.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind invitation, and I want to say it's really good to have such a family of European museums, and it's also nice to be hosted here by the wonderful Krakow Museum. I will not forget that we had an exhibition of the wonderful Krakow Christmas scripts in last winter, and so many people in Leipzig fell in love to this living tradition here. And just to say that Europe has not only to do something with the brain, what the politicians do, it has something to do with the heart, with the soul, and sometimes with the belly when we talk about vodka and other things. The title is written on the wall, but I would change it likely into another title, and it's very more simple. It is Blue and Orange, two colors as signs for a museum roadmap. You will later understand why. When I took over my position as director of Leipzig City Museum in 2019, it was a personal wish to start our new exhibition program with a project dealing with a topic that was the most obvious and the most difficult at the same time: our town, our city itself, its mentality and special features. It was meant as a team-building project, but had also to do with the fact that I was absent for 12 years. I wanted to know what is the soul of the city, what is the welfare, where are we, and where are our resources for the future? I think that's the question we all have to deal with. And the most interesting thing is that it was a special moment in city history, and I will demonstrate it here. This is the official graph of the social economic development of Leipzig in the last 30 years. And you see on the first glance, it's a real roller coaster story. It is a short upswing after 1990, then a long and deep depression, massive unemployment, shrinking population, and then a turn into a long upswing. And especially in the years 2016, 17, 18, it was in a phase when you say, is it consolidation, is it stagnation? We did not know. Then came the 2019, the most successful year in the city's history, and then came Corona. And now we are still in a moment where we don't know where we go, what will happen so in the future. And I think we as museums can have some clues for that. We can't repair political failures, but we have connections to the communities which can be used as a kind of a sonographic tool to find cleavages, to find hidden resources, and maybe to mobilize energy for the future of the city. I would like to start with a picture from the exhibition. And you see it was a twofold experience for the visitors and for us. Along the walls there was a blue zone. This is a kind of shared values, a kind of statements about mentality. Most people in Leipzig would agree. And in the middle there is an orange zone. These are the conflict zones. There is participation, there is discussion. And you will see that we exploited both of these areas also for other projects. So it's a calm world and it's a discussion world. Just one example from the blue area, what we found out, and it has to do with the title. If you ask Leipzig people what they think about themselves, what is the most important feature of the mentality, then everybody would say, we are weltoffen, open to the world, global city, wonderful, come here. But if you really look on the statistics, then Leipzig is as far not so diverse, not so multicultural as other German cities. And if you ask in depth, people would say, we don't want to get to grow, we don't want to become a fragmented metropolis. Actually, we want to keep in control about our city. Welcome people, but you have to agree to our consensus. You have to bring something special that we can use you for the future of our city. And there is a historical clue for that, because Leipzig is a fair town, and for centuries, 3 times a year, tens of thousands of people came to Leipzig, bringing money there, opening windows to the world. Especially in GDR times, it was very important. And then they left. And today the fair is still existing, but in that role has been replaced mainly by culture festivals, Bach Festival, Wave Gothic Festival, football events, and all these things. So, so the thing is, welcome. If you want to stay, you have to bring something. Otherwise, we see you next year. So, so actually, Leipzig is contrary to its popular self-conception, not a cosmopolitan town, but basically a host city, or as the Leipzig comedian Gunter Böhnke called it, a world village. So it's not the same thing. I shortened up a little bit the other things in the blue area. So Leipzig has the identity not only of the second city in the country, but also of a secret capital, bringing a lot of energy inside, but has also the risk of overestimating our resources. The other one, Leipzig is a town of culture. We are actively advertising with that, but it has not been funded by a king, because we have never been a residence. It has all been funded by wealthy merchants, merciful widows, or actors from the community. And that brings a special feature in the Leipzig culture, because people want to participate. They say it's our culture, so there's a special demand for participation, but also a favor for applied art and not avant-garde art, because it's a bourgeois culture. And that's a wonderful tension. We have a progressive hotspot in Leipzig. It's a modern progressive town with a special conservative taste in art. So that's very, very interesting. And the last one is about themes of revolt. Leipzig is branded as the city of the peaceful revolution, but has a history of violent class clashes. Yesterday was the 1st of May. It was not that violent as it used to be, but it's not given that we have a peaceful solution of our problems. But Leipzig has a tradition of education as the tool of social movements, workers' movement, women's movement, and that's also a resource I can mobilize. So that one is the first of the orange areas, and we identified a lot of conflict zones, and the first one is actually, where does our city lie? So because everybody goes to the city center, Leipzig has a small historic town, but people live in neighborhoods, people live in villages which had been involuntarily incorporated still in the 1990s. And in 2020, our very popular mayor had his re-election, and he nearly lost it on the top of the success of the story. And so we saw there must be some hidden cleavages, there must be something, maybe people feel neglected in the former villages. So that's it's a demand for us to do something there. The other one is, of course, cleavages in the society. It is, for instance, a problem of housing, prices for flats and rents. And just to say, globalism and localism. Housing is an issue on the global stage. Everywhere the flats are more expensive and so on. But what is the special Leipzig problem? It's again the graph. In the 90s, we had a shrinking population, much space in the town, and at the same time, much money for the reconstruction of the GDR neglected flats. And so in the years 2000, I was able as a student to live in a wonderful fin de siècle flat, beautifully restored. And so in Leipzig, there is a demand for payable and beautiful flats. And that's no longer the case. And now the feel of the loss of free spaces is pretty dominant in the country. And the other thing is poverty. Leipzig was in the 90s the poverty capital of Germany, not a secret, open poverty capital. And in the exhibition, we had an art project. It is a giveaway corner which you can find in the town, remodeled as an art project, but to say, even in the moment of success, don't forget the poor people. Yeah, what do we do from that? I think the lessons we learned is, first, do more outreach. So outreach must really be a focus for us, because we can't tell about European cohesion if you don't manage to look for the local cohesion, if you don't know enough about the villages, the neighborhoods. So it's really a job for us, and we switched something in our policy. And the most important thing was make it count. So before we had a lot of bicycle tours and anything, and it was basically neglected. But now we count them as an official column in our visitor statistics, giving it a status. And if you see the outreach, our 10th house is the town, it has more visitors maybe as some of our museum branches, then it gets another weight in the team discussions. The second is, that are some impressions from our museum on tour when we go with a bicycle to the neighborhoods to tell about the museum and to discuss with them. Another thing is, so often as it is possible, we try to combine the orange and the blue world. So because it's necessary to serve the official narratives, it's necessary to have a look on tourism and to create our official themes, but also to organize third-place experiences for people. And one example is the so-called Schiller House. It's a literature museum where Friedrich Schiller was in 1785, writing there his Ode to Joy and many other interesting works. So, and we create it as a place of literature history, but at the same time, it's a garden, it's a chilling place for the neighborhood, and it's a place where people can relax, even if they have no ties to literature at all. Sometimes we have theater there, we have wine tastings there, many other things. And the special thing is that was the experience Schiller made in 1785. He was a bankrupt refugee coming there, relaxing, taking power again, and so we can share this with the people. And the last one is maybe a personal mission of mine. I would like to bridge the gap between history culture and memory culture. You know that very often there is a struggle between activist worlds, we were talking about that yesterday, and the official culture, official institutions. But there is only one history in the town, if multifaceted, but there is only one history, and we have to talk to each other. And so the exhibition was the starting point for a new concept of memory culture in Leipzig. And it was the first time that activists from the post-colonial scene talked to reenactment specialists wearing uniforms of the Napoleonic Wars. And I think that's also, again, the blue world and the orange world. And it is very good to bridge them, because it's necessary for us as museums not to be seen as activists or historical experts, but we have to bring them into discussions. And I think also we can profit from this, because memory culture is a focus of politics at the moment, and we shouldn't stand aside, but take part in these things. And then the new concept of memory culture in Leipzig was indeed able to incorporate both worlds. So it makes no sense to erase J.S. Bach, Mendelssohn, Napoleon, or even Wagner from the official canon, because that's about tourism, it's the soul of the historic city. But they can have their place granted only if they are open to critical approaches, and if we make space for new things like post-colonial things, like women's history, like Jewish history, and in that new concept, there's space for both of them. And we as a museum are a kind of a broker between the two worlds, sometimes very demanding, but very interesting. And there was also a new funding program in Leipzig for memory culture, and that helped us, and that is my final point, to open our newest branch. It's a so-called Kappa House. It's a place in the Leipzig West, a house It's world famous, it's a global thing, because in April 1945, there was Robert Capa, the famous photographer, accompanying the US Army, and he made touching photographs of the dying soldiers. So it's a place of liberation, it's a place of world history in Leipzig. And it has a story it was a coffee house. Then it has been saved by citizen activists because the house should be sold and demolished. Then they could restart it, and last year we could take it over with money from the Memory Cultural Funding Line. And so it is a small museum, but it's also a meeting place because it was a former coffee house. And I think we have found a new construction. We have a subtenant there, a publishing house specializing in Jewish history, and we even founded a so-called non-profit GmbH, a non-profit company, to do the work in this room. And I would say, have a look on this picture. Former coffee house turned into museum still has the charm of a coffee place. And I think that could be one way to bridge these orange and blue worlds, do proper museum work, but also be a place for people to relax, and learn something about their own resources. Thank you very much.
Right on time, yes, exactly.
Splendid timing.
Thank you very much to Anselm Hartinger from the Museum of City History Leipzig for this very vivid presentation that definitely added color to this conference. And thank you for this much needed reality checks concerning a city and the self-perception of its citizens.
City Museum Emotion, creating a new and modern museum in the heart of Europe, is the title of the next paper in this session, to be delivered by Stefan Levejochen, a historian and, I hope I didn't butcher it, a historian and research assistant at the Cologne City Museum.
The floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. It's quite funny. We heard about how is a coffee house becoming a museum. Now we hear how a fashion store is becoming a museum. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm delighted to be here with you today. Over the next few minutes, I would like to introduce you to the Cologne City Museum and outline how this museum is developing into a modern museum. I would first like to give you a very brief introduction to the Cologne City Museum. Then in the next step, I will show you how the museum has been changed in recent years. Then what the museum for everyone looks like. And in a final step, briefly discuss the future museum. As many of you may not be familiar with the Cologne City Museum, let me say a few words about it. The museum was founded in 1888 as the Historical Museum of the City of Cologne, and after the Second World War in the 1950s, the museum moved into the armory in the city center. It actually remained there until 2017. The permanent exhibition, which was developed in the early 1980s, remained in place until 2017 for various reasons, until 25th of June, to be precise. On that Sunday evening, a water damage destroyed large parts of the exhibition, and in December 2018, politicians decided that the museum should leave the armory and move temporarily into a former fashion store that was empty at the time. The reason for the decision on this interim solution was the major urban development project Historische Mitte Köln, Historic Center of Cologne. This new building project next to Cologne Cathedral was intended to bring together the existing Romano-Germanic Museum, the Cologne City Museum, and Cologne Cathedral. The project was to be realized in 2030. In February of this year, Cologne Cathedral withdrew from the project due to cost increases. The realization is currently extremely unlikely. A decision is to be made this year on how to proceed with the City Museum. The fact is, however, this water damage in 2017 gave us an opportunity to fundamentally change and rethink the museum in all areas. So, a far-reaching transformation process began that was to develop nothing less than a new museum. So we created a new mission statement. We developed a new brand and communication strategy. We are currently developing a new collection concept, and at least, last but not least, a new exhibition concept was developed during this time. The goal of this process was to develop an innovative, inclusive, and modern museum that presents history and explains themes in a relevant and contemporary way. We realized quickly that we would not be able to tell the city's history chronologically in this 750 square meters building. We were therefore looking for a different approach to telling stories and history, of course. Overall, we wanted to do this by asking emotional questions. So we formulated questions. What do we desire? What makes us angry? What do we believe in? What scares us? What do we hope for? What do we love? What moves us? And what connects us? These questions should build bridges to the past. But why emotions? Emotions allow us to directly identify with and address visitors. Everyone has a concept and also an answer to that question. Against the background of our own biographies and experiences, however, these can be completely different. At the same time, objects can be questioned, assessed, and viewed anew. Last but not least, it allows us also, against the background of the complicated architecture of the house, an episodic narrative and also omissions. What we have tried to do is to develop a museum that can be a museum for everyone and act as a good place in urban society. But museum for everyone, what do we mean by that? Let's take a brief look at the exhibition and how it works. Visitors are guided to a so-called reflection area on the individual floors. There, they are confronted with a number of questions and can reflect on them, but also on themselves. Basically, a visit to the museum begins with an examination of oneself and the present. However, as I hope you can see, individual objects can also be found there. These objects are the result of a participatory project. In this area, we have involved urban society in the curatorial work. In other words, we discussed the exhibition issues in workshops with a very diverse group of Cologne residents. In a second step, they were asked to bring along objects from their own private property that would answer the questions. These objects and the associated answers can be listened to in the reflection area. For example, the legal text of a participant with a migration background provides us an answer to the question, what do we believe in? By saying, I believe in myself. When she wanted to study law after leaving school, her friends and family advised her against it because they thought she wouldn't make it. Nevertheless, she started studying. The result today, she is a qualified lawyer. This and many other stories are presented to visitors here. At the same time, there are various small areas there to activate our visitors. Based on the respective questions, visitors can do something themselves and help shape the exhibition through their actions. In the What Makes Us Angry area, for example, visitors can scratch off a picture of anger. In the What Moves Us area, visitors can answer a short questionnaire about their traveling habits using a piece of string, or play a game on the wall in the What Do We Desire area, which is also about the history of gaming in Cologne. When you have passed through these areas, the thematic episodic narrative begins with our museum collections. As you might see, we think Museum for All, Museum for Everyone as an imperative to create contemporary approach to history, which we try to realize through this concept. However, Museum for All is also an imperative for us to make the museum a place that can be experienced by everyone. And so we have created a barrier-free routing and mediation. In many places, stations offer blind and, of course, sighted people the opportunity to touch things, to touch objects or reproductions. The aim is to make the museum a place for everyone. Let's move on to the last point. How do we see the future of the City Museum? I think, and this has also been our attempt, that the museum must become a relevant place for society. It must be an open place where people can exchange ideas and enter into dialogue with each other. And so we see our museum as a lounge of the city, a lounge for the city. The foyer should be a place with a high quality of stay. Events by and for the urban community can take place here. Smaller special exhibitions are also to be organized here with players from urban society. Together, we want to devote ourselves to relevant topics that concern our urban society and the public discourse in the city. Events will be organized here to tie in with these exhibitions. In this way, a forum will be created in which these topics can be discussed, debated, and perhaps even argued about in connection with the exhibition. I believe that the city museums so can and should be places of democratic exchange. Let me finish with a few thoughts on the future of the museum, especially the City Museum. I think that as museums, we will and must be collaborative places in the future that deal with issues in dialogue with the society in order to incorporate new perspectives into our work and also our collections. I think this will lead us to a diversification of our audience. I think that cooperation with various institutions outside the cultural sector can offer the opportunity to broaden our perspectives. Museums need to become much more of a meeting point and a place of intercultural exchange. I think that we as city museums are predestined to be such places. And last but not least, I think that we as institutions should move much closer together, engage in dialogue, and form networks. This is how we become places of European spirit and democracy. So thank you for this event and thanks for your attention.
That was certainly another step towards the future. Thank you, Stefan Lewe-Johann, for this modern perspective, also inclusive and progressive one, on what museums can become.
Yes, and our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen and others, is Dominik Beres, the director of the East Slovak Museum in Košice, with a presentation exploring the relationship between locality and globalism in museum practice, using the example of the activities of the East Slovak Museum in Košice. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Most of people in Slovakia loves Krakow more than Warsaw. I mean, it's a fact, but ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear organizers, many thanks for a lovely invitation. We're really happy to be here in Krakow. I'm a little bit afraid about the sound beep, beep, beep at the end, so I'm move directly to my presentation. Author behind me and my colleague Martin Jarankovic, head of history department, actually make a picture for me. Let's start with East Slovak Museum in Košice. It's eastern part of Slovak Republic. Just for general information, Košice city has 270,000 citizens, and Košice region, because it's very important information, it's 8.5 million citizens. Current founders is Košice self-governing region since 2002. And generally in Slovakia we have 4 types of museums where the founder is the state, Ministry of Culture of Slovak Republic, regional self-government, and we have cities and the non-profit organizations. Maybe just for information, sometimes in Slovakia I see that non-profit museum organizations has better conditions than we, but it's just subjective. East Slovak Museum Košice managed 10 buildings in the city of Košice, 55 employees, 3 departments, historical, art historical and natural sciences, also specialist library, central records department, and restoration workshop, and also management. Currently available 8 expositions and 7 exhibitions from the files of history, art, natural sciences, crafts, ethnography, and archaeology. Average annual budget is €2 million per year, and average number of visitors 100,000. Number of collection founds 34, and number of collection items more than 500,000. This is a few of our buildings, our locations, just for general information. Let's move to historical context of East Slovak Museum Košice, one of the oldest and the most important museum in Slovakia, founded in 1872, associated by personalities of Košice intelligence. The first place of our museum was Tavern in Golden Star. Few very important moments for our history is 1877 visit to the museum by Emperor Franz Joseph I and his financial gift. It was 300 forint, means today not more than €1, but of course in this historical age, very important gift for our museum. In 1900, participation in the World Expo in Paris, during 9 months, it was 50 million visitors, so it was a really successful route from East Slovak Museum to Paris. Purpose museum building since 1903, only one in Slovakia, no Bratislava, Košice has had a purpose museum building in last monarchy, Košice, Prague, Budapest and Vienna. Only 4 these specific buildings for museums was built a cross-section of history in various founding relationships. Independent, municipal, city, state, like in Czechoslovakia, Hungarian, also Slovak, often independent Slovak Republic, and county, regional, First World War, it was a big moment for us because a number of historical and art collections were transported to Budapest, never returned back. The first signs of globalization, because this is the topic of our conference, of the Provincial Museum, through personalities as Josef Polak or Eugene Kron, and record increase in visitors in 20s of last century. It was 100,000 visitors. It was amazing. 1935, Košice Gold Treasure Fund. Maybe you heard already about this, one of the most important treasure in Europe. 1951, separate East Slovak Gallery was created by a number of art collections of museum. Still, it's very important East Slovak Gallery, like independent institution. 1989 institution, our institution, was as part of revolutionary steps toward to democracy. And 1993, the establishment of the independent republic and the beginning of the modern institutional history of the museum in the financial, legal, and personal areas with the penetration of globalization. Democratization process also influenced the museum. I put it two periods, 1990 up to 1998, and 1998 up to 2006. The first period was connected with the government of Prime Minister Vladimir Mečiar. Maybe you heard and knows about this not really successful history of Slovak Republic, but it's the first step of democratization process. Opening of information and opinion flows, the penetration of globalization into all social spheres, including museums, inspirations from Western world, ambitions to exhibit pieces from Western countries, popularization of forms of presentation and exhibition in modern way, new architectural elements, lights, sound, design, video, decoration. 2002, it was a big change for us because a regional level Košice self-governing region is created and under the jurisdiction of East Slovak Museum Košice as well. Stabilization of transformation process started since this period, and actual legal form is contributory organization. Significant part of museum finances connected to the regional self-government budget, almost 85% of total expenses, and the rest of this, it's our business, let's say. 2004, new possibilities of existence museum by entry of Slovakia to the European Union, and the new perspectives on the European context of museology and the new sources of external financing of activities. The most important projects East Slovak Museum Košice came with the entry to the European Union and introduction of new topics. Everybody knows European Night of Museums since 2004, new museum optimism also in our East Slovak Museum, and focus on wider target groups. European structural funds, especially Interreg, Hungary, Slovakia, Norwegian financial mechanism, and Visegrad Fund as well. Starts reconstructions, revitalizations, and new expositions like Hangman House, Bastion, Rodosto House of Franz Rákóczi II. Exchange stays in the field of history, art, and natural sciences, also very important for our museum. New archaeological knowledge and technologies for research. The very big project for us with 8 institutions from all Europe, it was an international project with Slovakia, Greece, Italy, Spain, and Great Britain, PLAGI, to deepen the museum presentation activity and create an application with a virtual approach to the museum and its collections to the public. It's a few pictures of our exhibition and exposition. Globalization and personal progress in East Slovak Museum after joining to the European Union. New opportunities for education and qualification of scientific and administrative workers. Strength of the third sector, personal cooperating, financed from foreign source. Let's say our museum as a contributory organization have also civil organization to make a better cooperation with the third sector. Private sector opened to cooperation with public institution and inspiration from the global need for cohesion and support of social values. Dual education and creation of joint private and public sector corporation. Growing importance of the Association of Museums of Slovakia for more effective enforcement of the needs and visions of museums against state power and foreign organization. Entry into the International Council of Museum, ICOM, with expectation of strong support for Slovak museology at the world level and exchange of experience. Pressure on the multifunctionality of workers, regrouping and concentrating of the force, reduction of jobs. One person, more work tasks, wide specialization, and expansion of managerial positions with the advent of new legislative trends like public procurement rules, GDPR, transparency of handling public finances, management control, strong protection of employees, contracts, orders, invoices, etc. A new trend in central registration of collection items with the expansion of primary and secondary registration data for wide and accurate documentation of collections. What about the new trends in marketing and presentation activities in our East Slovak Museum Košice? We started with 2 and 3 lingual mutation in text, audios and video as well. Slovak, English and Hungarian as well, because it's very important here. Digitization of the East Slovak Museum Košice collecting funds. Cross-border cooperation project, Digital Museum, in 2011 up to 2015, means digitalized 7,000 objects. It was very successful for our museum. Interactive elements in exhibition, haptic models, audio guides, pairing smartphones with multimedia content as part of exhibition and presentation activities. Exhibition activities, the trends of advanced Western museum houses are adopted. Method of display, lighting, sounds, angles, design, decoration, and the new elements such as emotion, atmosphere, story, attraction. Speed up communication through developing information and communication technologies. Publishing activity is developing not only in book form, but also in online space. Very important period, it was European Capital of Culture in Košice, 2013. 20 investment projects totaling 65 million euro in the city of Košice, and the most important project in East Slovak Museum Košice, modern reconstruction of the historical purpose building, new modern spaces in the attic, electrical distribution, air condition, ambient lighting, and in interior and exterior as well, barrier-free, multifunctional spaces, etc. European and world tourism, establishment of the museum not only as a local and regional museum, but mainly as a distinctive national museum on the map of foreign tourists. Exchange days for building European network of museums and mutual exchange of information. A collage of few photos of our species and one of our event. What was the shock for us? COVID-19 for everybody, I think, 2020, 2021, stopping the growing the line of popularity and the globalization of in a museum. New experience, home office for employees, modern but not suitable for museum. Closed exhibitions and the transfer of professional popular science, educational and presentation exhibition activities to the online space. Unknown forms of work of professionals, mostly via internet also, and isolation. Forms of photography, filming and video presentation of the outputs of creative activity, virtual tours, with the polemic of free or paid access. Losing the daily routine in managing and caring for collection funds, studying materials, etc., as you see on the table. And few of this presentation and a few of pictures. I mean, thank you very much, and maybe later I can discuss with you other topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Dominik Beresch, Director of the East Slovak Museum in Košice, for this truly detailed account of the transformation that Museum and Košice have undergone in the past 20 years. I must admit, we didn't want to scare anyone with this beeping sound, but you know, it seems it's been doing the right job, as we are perfectly on time for our last presentation in this session.
I am scared every single time, don't worry. Our last paper in the session comes from Joana Monteiro, the director of the Museum of Lisbon, who will speak on sustaining identity values based on local cultural heritage against forgetfulness and banalization in the Museum of Lisbon. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Not as tall. Thank you. Good morning again. Thank you for the invitation to be here in such an important and timely conference. And congratulations to the team of the Museum of Krakow, because I know we've been hearing a lot this, but it's never enough, I think, to congratulate Director Michał Niezabitowski, Anna, Krzysztof, and all the others, I don't know the names yet, that have been such in so effective and nice way setting up this great and so important conference. And I've messed up with the sound. Okay, thank you. So prior to my topic, let me just first make a comment about one aspect of the current situation in Portugal that I think it relates to the general topic of this conference. As many of you might know, our country was under a dictatorship regime during 48 years, between 1926 and 1974. This picture shows a march, an impressive march we had last week in Lisbon, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Carnations Revolution that brought to us a democratic regime, equal rights, public health services, etc. However, 3 months ago, we also had unexpected national elections. And the recently created far-right party elected 50 members of the parliament, which to many of us, like a year ago, was unthinkable to happen in our country. And in this march, also because of this, there was the highest number of people ever registered in such an event. Now to the topic. I'll bring some ideas about locality and globalism in Lisbon and how museums can embrace diversity and change, global change, also, while keep on promoting local identity and distinctiveness of our cultural and heritage as a Western European proud city. not against progress, not against globalization, but against banalization and forgetfulness. In a couple of words, let me just tell you, for those who have not been yet there, the Museum of Lisbon is the biggest municipal museum in our country. It has 5 sites, plus 2. Well, the headquarters in the palace up north, then the Roman Theatre Museum, the St. Anthony Museum, another archaeological site in a 16th century building, the West Tower, the subterranean Roman galleries, that very popular ones, that can only open twice a year, and this new museum site to go. We're working on that. It will be the first industrial heritage site of this complex of museums. Lisbon has certainly become trendy. Its increasing appeal to tourists, expats, and digital nomads is driving economic investment and enhancing local development. A recognizable local identity can work as a major attraction for people and businesses, as well as supporting cities in engineering social transformation. While the surge in international tourism has brought economic benefits and revitalized parts of the city and many buildings, it has also triggered concerns about gentrification and creating and over-tourism. And at the same time, the influx of newcomers, both residents and tourists, is creating naturally a more standardized culture, often at odds with the very notion of authenticity that paradoxically is exactly what the overseas visitors eager to find. Some of the so-called very typical traditional values can become commodities. We come across the advertising of false traditions, misinterpreted cultural expressions, like this anecdotal example that you can see there, our very typical codfish pasty. Well, it's a very, very long, centuries-long tradition in Portuguese gastronomy. But this company came up with this idea to fill the codfish pasty with cheese and branding it as the one very important part of the authentic Lisbon experience. So tourists stand in long queues to taste a very false thing that never ever existed in our country, and it keeps being like that. So no one has that. Don't do that. I don't recommend. As a trustworthy institution, like museums tend to be considered worldwide more and more, our museum aims to ignite curiosity about the city and lead a path towards a broader knowledge-based understanding of cultural identity, rather than superficial stereotypes. We thus invite our audiences, partners, and community members to rediscover in the museum and more out in the streets the local distinctiveness rooted in a focus on local history to strengthen the connections between the city's heritage and its present urban life. Harmonizing the past and the near future seems to be key to preventing both the glossing over tradition and undermining progress. Instead, it's important to weave together the threads of time, space, and collective memory, to raise awareness of who we are and what differentiates Lisbon from elsewhere, which leads again to both the residents' needs and also the tourists' goals. We like to make our audiences rediscover captivating disparities and also striking similarities in the landscape and in the ways of living across the centuries in the same territory. We endeavor to work against forgetfulness and banalization, like all of you, which is a never-ending task, underpinned by research, cross-disciplinary research, always, history, arts, anthropology, etc. And then this research has to be communicated via, of course, exhibitions, mediation programs, publications, digital tools, etc. When it works, because it doesn't always work, right? It can lead to trigger curiosity and awe as the first indispensable step, and then to engagement and learning, gaining new experiences, new memories, to the outcome of having new knowledge or updated knowledge about old things. If we're lucky, new perspectives, added values can be achieved about the distinctiveness of the city and its people, understanding how it has evolved and how it's similar but also different from other places, not only at the surface but also from within. Alongside more traditional projects, there have been, to us, barrier breaker projects driven to trigger critical thinking, focused on urban planning, ideas for the future of the city, hidden effects of colonization and slave trade, and a more sustainable place to live. We would like our audiences to ask and doubt, to rethink and discuss, to recognize and rediscover, to find their place, our place, in connecting past and present. On this subject, I'll refer to only a couple of programs we have been setting up in the long term that foster sustainability awareness, inclusion, and entertainment. We keep delivering sustainability awareness programs that sit upon ongoing research in collaboration with community partners, other museums and university centers, for families and adults programs and also schools, both inside the museum, in the gardens of the museum, but also outside of the museum, in parks in the city. Like the biodiversity in the city, building insects hotels, and knowing about the value of worms, for instance. Here people experience and learn about the particularities of the local ecosystems and the native nature as part of our common urban culture. Two of our inclusive projects target ways of reading the city differently, to better connect the place and the history and our current values as well in the present. Namely, for instance, this project, Stories in the City, that target recent immigrants, young immigrants and refugees. And we're doing that together with the National Charity for Social Integration, helping them in still an experimental trial phase to build stronger links with a city they never heard of up to a very recent time. And also in another project that aim at adults with dementia alongside their caregivers. And participants have shown higher levels of recognition of some aspects of the city, culture, and history that involve their emotions and memories. We are not so keen in our museum on making history reborn in historical reenactments, nor promoting folk approaches. We rather co-create entertainment events based on research that mix learning about topics always related to the museum with pure fun. These events can be effective in engaging new audiences that come back to the museum exhibition museums, and the mediation activities that have been happening, which is very good. A final brief comment about the global digital language, as it was also a topic in the description of this panel themes. It's so difficult for us to raise the numbers of visitors in our museum sites. all years long. It has been happening up to now, but we know it's not easy to keep up with that. But it's certainly a lot harder to get people's attention on the digital world, especially the young audiences. We have had very successful outcomes in social media during the pandemic, when everything was drawn to the online world. But back to normal, and with limited resources, very limited resources to work in communications, we're trying approaches between the traditional, just advertising our programs, and potentially attractive content on social media. We convey local heritage stories and advertise our activities using easygoing, so to speak, language. But it's very, very far from the catchy memes world, or whatever they are calling it now on TikTok. So it's very likely a lost battle, at least for young audiences, except when we go talking about secret things, new underground Roman galleries that only opens one or twice a year, or Baroque ball parties or things like that, which can be a way to gain their attention than to other exhibitions and more normal programs in the museums. Upholding local values under contemporary perspectives and methodologies can work sometimes as a competitive value in the face of the powerful globalism. We would like to believe that in the end of the day, the lasting memories of our audiences would be the ones about what makes our city special, worth coming back to and learning more about. When that happens, we might be doing our job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was a definitely noteworthy input from Joana Monteiro from Museum of Lisbon into the discussion about this difficult issue of balancing between upholding historical heritage and global approach, whilst avoiding perpetuation of stereotypes and banalization. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for the tip on the codfish.
So this was our last paper in the panel. So once again, let us invite all of the speakers to the stage for a Q&A. Could I ask to the stage Zigita Žemaitė-Strazde, Anselm Hartinger, Stefan Levejohan, Dominik Beres, and Joana Monteiro. Thank you again for those brilliant panels. Panel papers in our first session of the day. So yesterday our wonderful audience had plenty of questions, so I hope that today won't be any different. Do we have any takers for the first question to our panelists? Individual ones or all of them? We already have a question just over there. Could I ask for passing the microphone? Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Annemarie de Wild. I have a question for Stefan. I was intrigued by your emotional approach to the new exhibition. But it can also lead to a certain amount of fragmentation. And if that is, I understand it's the introduction, but how do you deal with it? And do you also, are you making connections between these emotions? How does it work in practice?
Yeah. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? No? Okay, sorry. This was a very great discussion between us, and I didn't talk about much about the theme rooms, about the question rooms, because I wanted to focus on participation project and the change of our completely museum. In these rooms, we have some topics. So, for example, in the room, what connects us, we're talking about media. History of media in Cologne. We're talking about the bridges, which are connecting part in this city because of the River Rhine. We're talking about economic history of Cologne as part of the Hanseatic League, for example. And we're talking about the Rhine himself. So we focus inside of the rooms and talking about some themes in this room, in these different rooms. There are some parts of Cologne history that repeat in other rooms, that you find in other rooms. For example, migration is a theme that comes in a lot of rooms, but they have a different perspective in the different rooms. But I understand your warning of fractation. But I think our museum opened last month in March, 23rd of March. I think we have to see how the people are dealing with this museum. And what I talked about was already is the idea what we want to do in the future. A lot of ideas have not realized yet, but we're going to do this. So. Let's talk in a year on the next conference of City Museums.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions at the moment from our audience? Two already. I think that Arnold Toth was first.
Thank you. I'm sure that many of us in this very room, we have a common literature experience. The Nobel Prize Turkish writer Orhan Pamuk's novel, The Museum of Innocence. If you have not read, I recommend you to do that. He says in his novel that for the museums, we don't need any more big historical narratives. We don't need history, but we need stories instead. And my question is to Anselm, because in your presentation you have mentioned the culture, history culture versus memory culture. Am I right if this approach is similar to Orhan Pamuk's thought, history and stories? I'm asking that because in Hungary the memory culture is absolutely dominated by the ruling ideology. So it is absolutely not about the personal memories.
Oh, it's a large question, but I try to give a short answer to that. I think the situation in Germany is completely different because the culture of remembrance is in the hands of activist groups, and that's okay. So, and the culture of remembrance is quite often very much focused on colonial things, Nazi history. Maybe oppression history in GDR times, and what I wanted is not to come out of this rivalry of victims, to come out of this discussion, old history, new history, because we have to talk to each other, and it was very good in these workshops that people see there are other people engaged in the community, in the town, but they have other topics. And the most popular topic in the culture of remembrance was the history of the water pumps in the city. So, and that was very good to urge some of the activists to say, we have a place and we have another place. Just one example, 2 years ago we had a jubilee, an anniversary of a huge commercial exhibition in 1897. So, and it was a huge thing, 100,000 of visitors, commerce, technique, the first bicycles, modern administration. But it was also, one part was also a colonial exhibition, typical for that time. So, and it was possible to tell a narrative about this thing, to say we have to talk about this colonial thing, but it's not the only thing. It was also a step for the town to become a modern city. So, and it was good to talk to each other. And my mission is not to fight against, but to see common ground. We hope that they can keep alliances, because some of these demands are very small ones. So, but why not finding common ground, fighting this, so we can do something together. I hope that it works, because the temperature is very high in these discussions, and sometimes it's really a furor. So you want to destroy the other one's demands, and they are rivaling for resources, and we should stop this, because we need a critical approach to all of history. We have a sword from the executioner sword from the 17th century. The blood has been dried, but it was there. There is not another story than crimes of the 20th century. We have to have a critical but empathetic approach to the whole history.
Thank you so much for this answer. I really appreciate how all of you today, I think, emphasize that we need to be together, but also need to be critical and just looking towards also changes. But I believe that we had a question from Jan just a moment ago.
A question to Stefan Levion. The Musée Sentimental de Cologne, that was for me the heart of the old city museum of Cologne from the 1980s, and it was a very successful and influential concept that was sort of isolating or picking up individual objects with very personal stories and telling the history of a city via, say, 100 or, I don't know, 80 interesting objects, fragmented objects, but on the whole telling one story. And this is sort of museologically, it was a very successful concept. Do you actually link the new concept? Did you link the new concept of the museum with this old concept in some way?
No, no. But what we did was, you know, Ute Frevert from Berlin, who is a German historian, who is studying the history of feelings at the Max Planck Institute, and she was inspiration for us to choose this entry to Cologne history. And the other thing is, as I said, everyone from Cologne and tourists can answer this question and can build bridges by themselves. Even 5-year-old children can do this, can answer a question, what am I afraid of? But the answer is totally different to our experiences, or to our answers because of our experiences. So this was the anchor to try to tell our history, to tell the history of this city. But the Musée Sentimental, I know this exhibition, I've not been there. It was in the late 1980s, I think. 81. I was not born there. yeah, but we didn't focus on this.
We are going very quickly through the questions today, as I believe we already have the next one, right? From Michał Niezabitowski in the first row. The microphone is coming to you, sir.
Thank you. I have a question to you, Dominik, from Košice. You said in the beginning of your presentation that Košice, East Slovak Košice Museum is the oldest in Slovakia, but as we know, this museum was established in 1877 as Upper Hungarian Museum. Košice, and after you said that you have in your exposition 3 languages, and this is very important, Slovak, Hungarian and English. So Košice is a city, not only the one in Europe, which has 2 identities, Slovak and Hungarian, like Lviv, Polish and Ukraine, like Breslau, Polish and German. Could you explain us something about the dialogue between these 2 identities and how you lead narration to the Hungarian guests. How many Hungarian guests do you have in your museum?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Director. Yes, you're right. We have two identity, but it's still same. Let's say in number, it's approximately 20,000 visitors from Hungary per year in our locality, our buildings, expositions. Dialogue is very good because Hungarian visitors still love the Košice from history ages, and also because one of the national heroes of Hungary is his funeral and his place of body rest is in Košice, in Cathedral František Rákóczi II. And also we have a very good exposition of his house, Radosto, from Turkish exile in Košice. And it's very important to say that many of Hungarian moments connected with Košice history. That's why, as you told, that's 1872 as established of our museum. It was not firstly East Slovak Museum, but let's say Upper Hungarian Association Museum. But still, we can say that half of population, mainly old population in Košice, can speak Hungarian, and this population has good relationships with borders and places abroad in Košice, in Hungary. That's why I think this connection will be stable in Košice more over the years in the future. And as I told that it's trilingual mutations, I mean, actually, we will start to the fourth lingual, because Košice is the very big and the first big city in our eastern border with Ukraine, and also we see and we have many friendships with Ukrainian migrants in Košice. They found stability to partially live under the conflict, and we made many of educational programs and projects for them from outbreak of conflict up to the end of 2023, where we have hundreds, maybe thousands of Ukrainians in our museums. So maybe 4 languages will be in fast future Ukrainian language.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions ready at the moment from the audience? And if our panelists have questions to each other, then that is an option too, of course. Let's mix things up. Any takers for the next question? Oh, we have one over the window.
I just wanted to ask in refer with Košice, this year is the anniversary of 100 years marathon, and I wanted to ask you if there is the idea to connect the event, because I heard it's a real European thing.
Thanks for the question again. Yes, as you told, we have the oldest marathon in Europe, Košice Marathon. Last year it was the 100th anniversary of the first start, and this year is the 100th anniversary from institutional event of marathon. Still the oldest marathon in Europe. And our museum has more than 4,000 items, 4,000 exhibits mapping this very strong historical moment of Košice. And last year we prepared big exhibition about this anniversary and about this event. And I mean, hundreds of Košice citizens or visitors from abroad visited this exhibition.
Thank you. Do I see any more raised hands? I do, on the stage.
We open up the discussion here. I have a question to Joanna, because you are talking or you are fighting against this improved dish, this pastry with cheese, and I understand that it's a commercial exploit. It's not a good thing, but on the other hand, that European nations learn each other on the table, that could be a good thing. I lived in Switzerland for some years, and they have the rösti, national dish from potatoes, and they have 5 or 6 types of rösti, the Berner rösti, the St. Gall rösti, so it's stable. And even in 700 years, they will have this rösti, but you can do so many other things with the rösti, and couldn't be that enriched? In Germany, in the 18th century, in the music, we have the vermischte deutsche Geschmack, the mixed German taste, Italian, French, English things, where you draw the line between commercially fake and maybe just for enriching development.
That's a very it's a thin line, of course. It's a blur boundaries. But I like very much all sorts of variations, versions, mergings, what they tend to call in gourmet spaces, restaurants, and etc. The fusion gastronomy. That's all fine. That's all great, and it's just enriching our culture and even our local identity in some time. So we embrace that and of course integrate that as well. We have been doing this. Lisbon is a city since the Roman times, and we are capital of this country since the 12th century. So of course we are a melting pot of cultures, and that's only good. So that example was only about one of the over-tourism effects that can be 100% false when it's branding as part of what they actually brand as an authentic experience, Lisbon traditional gastronomy. And when they became famous a couple of years ago, one of the most popular, now she passed away, but the most popular cook of Portugal, and researcher about history of gastronomy in Portugal. She edited books, gave workshops, conference even. She came out to the newspapers already in a very advanced age to say and write down, this is completely wrong, and it's not even tasteful, because it could be. So it was an extreme example. So, but all the rest and all our work in the Museum of Lisbon is exactly about mixing up culture since our early birth as a city, so many centuries ago. Actually, we tell people very often in tours in the city and inside the museum sites, we begin by saying, especially for people or young children or adults that are not local residents, that Lisbon has always been, it's not now as it's fashionable advertising, has always been multi-ethnical, multicultural, and multi-religious. So nothing against it, on the contrary.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Because I believe that we have time for one, perhaps 2 questions. So if any of you are wondering about whether to ask something, this would be the time. Anybody? Any questions?
Maybe I can ask you a question.
Yes, please.
I haven't been in your country yet, so sorry. but I was wondering, in your presentation, how would you, yourself, as a museum person, how would you describe the distinctive characteristics of your city that are different from your capital city, for example? How do you convey to the regular visitors, for tourists, for example, who never been there, who don't know the history, in very short texts and images? We have to be quick, right, on conveying that and communicating sometimes. What would you choose as like the top 3? I'm not asking about the tourist top 3 list that sometimes overlap with what we researchers and museologists think that are the most important things that we should, we should make people paying attention to. But sometimes they overlap, sometimes not.
Thank you for your question. Well, 3 things you said. First thing, what makes Kaunas different from Vilnius as a capital? I believe we had a different Jewish community than Vilnius had. There's some characteristic that makes difference between Kaunas and Vilnius, I guess. So we are talking about that in our exhibition as well. Well, the second thing, I think there's still some tensions between Kaunas and Vilnius till nowadays, because well, Kaunas was a temporal capital of Lithuanian interwar period. Vilnius is now a capital, so there's always some tensions between those 2 cities. So maybe that is also one of the characteristics that describes Kaunas as well. But the third one, well, I thought we have the beeping now.
No. We are all scared of the beep, but it wasn't ours. It was somebody's phone, I think.
Well, yeah, we do. And the third thing, from our history as a city, we had very strong, German roots as a city. What makes us different from Vilnius? Because, from the Middle Ages till we had a very strong connection with Germany. And Vilnius, as a capital of Lithuanian Grand Duchy, had a strong connection with Poland. So that what makes a difference between Vilnius and Kaunas, I think. But maybe the colleague from Vilnius would say something different.
Answer, yeah, go.
Maybe it's a question to us, but I wanted to share an experience, because now the impression comes out that we have all these local communities and the globalists are here on the stage. We are the globalists, but I have a lot to do with these reenactment groups, having uniforms from the Napoleonic Wars, coming to the Battle of Nations Monument, even fighting there. But sometimes it looks a little strange, but that is actually a true European community, because the members come from Finland, from England, from Russia, not anymore, from Ukraine, from Poland. So they sit on the bonfire and the next day they are staging their battle. But maybe we have European communities in our visitors, so we don't know so much about. There are collectors, maybe they have their own networks, so maybe we could exploit much more the globality of apparently local communities. Is that your experience too?
Absolutely.
That's a great question, so I think everybody deserves to answer it. Yeah. Oh, I meant it literally. You can answer it. If you'd like. Fair enough. I think that we have time for probably one last question. Of course, I have my own ones, but would anybody like a chance? One last question, because we are all scared of the beep. Krzysztof.
So I have a question to Dominic. In your presentation, you said that in 1989, your museum played a role in the revolution movement. Can you say something more about that?
It was not exactly like a role in the revolution. I said only that our institution, via our some personnel and intelligence, creative some new ideology and new idea flows for our locality to make steps towards to change the communism, to change the opinion in the heads of people, mainly in old people. And institution was the first with other institution in Košice as well, because you know that Košice was a very important place in squares to change minds of the people. And our colleagues, old colleagues of course, with actors in the theater of Košice, was and the tail of this movement. So not like an institution in the first line, but many of our personals.
Thank you. We're at 2 minutes until the end. Do we have any last taker or no? Okay. Oh, my questions. Oh, actually, I had several, but some of your papers answered the questions that I had, because I mostly wanted to ask you about interpretation, I think, and the role of the museums now in the cities, because so many of you spoke about inclusivity and the need of progress and need to critically rethink how we speak also about identity, but how we decide which stories actually get told by including more varied perspectives of also immigrants and the multifaceted history that is one, as you said, Anselm, but actually is more complex than we realize. So I am toying with the thought, as we have 1 minute and 50 seconds, of asking you in one sentence, do you have a definition of what do you think museums should be? I know that the definition of the museum changed recently, but is this something that you really wish? More progressive, perhaps. Just what do you think museums should be for the cities, for the people, or who decides to tell the stories? Do you have any, brief, sudden, dynamic thoughts on the matter? It can be one sentence, yes, certainly. I would never make you choose one word. Maybe it can be very short, 3 sentences.
I think we should be institutions on the same level. We have to talk on the same level with our city.
I think we should be role models in passion to history, passion to our visitors, passion to our society, our town, and passion to democracy. The visitors should see our passion.
On that line, I think that museums must be objective as far as possible, but also emotional. We all should be, as institutions, and of course institutions are made of people, acting more and more as learning institutions ourselves. So be able to listen more and to learn more and to be flexible. And asking an institution to be flexible is almost a contradiction in terms, but that's what we have to be.
Well, I think museums should be collaborative. They collaborate with local communities and with each other as institutions. And of course, museums have to be places for discussions. Yeah.
So at the end, very short from my side, history is only one. And for our museum, I think for all of museum, old stories, but new methods. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Oh? Yes, a short response from Michał Niezabitowski.
I have shorter answer. City Museum is a business to make people happy.
Thank you very, very much, everybody, for those wonderful answers and this wonderful panel discussions. So once again, Stefan Lewe-Johan, Anselm Hartinger, Joanna Monteiro, Zigita Żemaitite Strasde, and Dominik Beres. Let me ask you for applause for them. Before we get to the last session of our conference, a well-deserved coffee break, and we will meet back here 40 minutes past no, sooner. Huh? 20 minutes past noon, everybody. Welcome back after the coffee break, everybody. The time has come for the last session of our conference, unfortunately. We will continue to discuss the relationship between globalism and localness, this time focusing on its spatial aspect. We will get to know more about the histories of the cities that underwent significant changes after joining the EU.
On the one hand, the EU, with its funds, freedom of movement and capital, changed those cities. On the other hand, some old conflicts still remain. Let's see how the past, recent communist one, but also more distant medieval one, influences contemporary city stories.
The first to speak about the change will be Povilas Andrius Stepavicius, collection curator researcher at the Vilnius Museum, whose paper is entitled The City of Change, Vilnius between the 20th and 21st Century. Please, the stage is yours.
So yes, hello to everybody. I'm a bit incognito today. I forgot my accreditation, so do not worry. I'm still with you, and thank you for the invitation, for everything. And yes, my topic. I will speak today not as I'm not a museum director. I'm a museum curator, and I'm a historian of my city. So I'll speak as these two persons, both as a historian and a curator, and I will present the problems that arises or not. So yeah, three topics in this presentation: the state of the city of Vilnius in the years before joining the EU, changes in the city after 2004, and of course one of the most important topics is changes in the understanding of the history of the city and its historical representation. This is very short biography. Even though I'm a historian, I'm really tempted to talk about the history of my city, but then we will be talking for 7 days here, so do not worry again. This is a really, really short biography. And why did I put the slide here? Because I think most of the countries and the cities of the Central Eastern Europe could write, and the cities could write their own biography like that. You know, that political history, the occupations, wars, and everything. But this is not where I'm interested here, and what I want to present to you. The state of Vilnius in the 90s. So the newly declared independent state of Lithuania had a lot of problems, of course, at first. At first, the state of our capital city had neglected cultural heritage and architecture. Infrastructure was tailored to production, but not a citizen. Cultural history of the city was mostly about Lithuanian history, and memory of the multicultural city was suppressed. And you can see the photos are from our collection. I chose them to represent this wild 90s period. And as you can see, there is a resident number. So we had approximately in the past 30 years the same amount of people living in our city, but that doesn't mean that those people are the same people who lived in 1989. What we usually forget is that when Central Eastern European countries got invited and accepted into EU, a lot of people from our cities went abroad to look for a better life, to live in emigration, and to live somewhere else. And a lot of new people joined our cities, either from our countries or even from the countries from abroad. And historical events, what was happening in Vilnius until joining the European Union is, of course, the 11th of March, the Declaration of Independence, Bloody January events in 1991, the Sovietization of public places, that is changing the names of public places, storing down monuments, and so on. Only in 1993, the Red Army left the city and our country, and in 1994, Vilnius Old Town was inscribed into the UNESCO World Heritage List. Then we were followed by economical crisis, new millennium, and of course, European Union. Why I'm talking about these events that happened, it's that usually these events like crisis, economical shifts, post-independent problems are usually left behind in the big narrative of what was happening in the city, in the state. And as a museum curator, I'm very interested in thinking, because I'm only now thinking how to collect the historical items, representation stories of those events that are not the part of the bigger history of my city. For example, this is huge. There was a huge rallies of pro-Soviet organizations who said we do not want independent Lithuania. What to do with that heritage and what to do with those people? We have, of course, wonderful picture when we declared independence. We have peaceful protesters who are standing in oppose of Russian tanks, what to do with their memory, how to collect it and how to preserve it. We have the changing public areas, like sculptures of Lenin, in this instance, being torn down. What to do with that? How to collect what was happening before this event, what was happening during this event, and what was happening after. What to do with these people, yeah, with Red Army veterans and their stories, what was happening in Vilnius. This is, by the way, one of my favorite photos of this, how to say, how the Red Army is leaving Vilnius, yeah. And what to do with that story, with the story of poverty, what was happening in the 90s, yeah, with new economical crisis, new open market, new economies and everything. And we have had, and I think majority of cities in Europe had the problems of poverty, and even when children worked in the streets. We had this, yeah, banana markets, yeah, in the city near the city's train station, and people just who wanted to get some economical gains. Changes after 2004, yeah, joining the European Union was a magnificent event, of course. We restored the old town, we had economical growth, we became even a European capital of Europe in 2009. We expanded our city, we got new infrastructure, we had a lot of changes in city government. We even became the political center of Europe, both European Union, European Council, and NATO. And of course, we established our city museum in 2021. But all those topics that I mentioned here, all those points, they have contrapoints. Some people who are happy that we have this European capital of culture in 2009, but there are people who are not happy that we had this problem. Some people who are happy that we had this city expansion and new infrastructure, and part of people who do not like this. How to collect their stories, how to get their voices heard, and I really was inspired by the colleague from Ghent of these poster collections and everything, so I have this in mind. And of course, what was happening again, after 2004, Vilnius society, Lithuanian society changed its understanding of the history and city and its historical representation. The new idea was formed, the idea of multicultural city, the idea of interesting city, the huge interest in the history of the city, not of the city center, but of the city as a whole, and of course, discovery of these boring Soviet-built suburbs. And of course, we have a lot of narratives, as every other city in the Central Eastern Europe. We have different narratives, similar problems, contested heritage, dominant grand narrative of one nation, and inability to see the city as whole, as one. And we have many small, isolated narratives. Memory of Soviet past, for example, is a memory that polarizes our society, and this is the preparation to remove one of the Soviet Lithuanian writers' monument, which caused a huge uproar not only in my city, but also in whole Lithuania. What to do with the Soviet past, how we deal with it, and what should we leave this monument standing still as it stood for 50 years, or should we change it, or should we, how to say, erase it? But of course, there is positive news. I'm not dressed black just to talk about negative things, so have positive things. Sometimes even discoveries, archaeological discoveries can connect not even the citizens in the city, not even the countrymen in my country, but even different countries. For example, discovery of remains of the 63-64 uprising leaders in Vilnius united not only Lithuanians, and not only Vilnians, but also Lithuania with Poland, and Lithuania with Belarus, and I forgot to write, and of course with Ukraine. And we had even this huge demonstration on March and transportation of the remains escorted by both Polish and Lithuanian army. Of course, Jewish history is the one that we can say that we rediscovered as many of the societies in Central Eastern Europe, and this is the history that we are most happy to find that we rediscovered. And the story of my museum is the same story as those problems that I said before. It's a story of difficulties and memory of the city. The origins of my museum date back to Imperial Russia, so we have a clash of narratives. This is the imperial time, beginning of 20th century. The very beginning of Vilnius Museum can be narrowed down to the interwar period. Again, memory problem, when Vilnius, for 20 years, was not part of Lithuania, but part of Poland. And after the Second World War, the idea of city museum was not accepted by Soviet regime. Again, clash of narratives. Soviets didn't want to hear anything about city history, city stories. They wanted to hear about national things and, political things and everything. And this is why we only opened our door in 2021. And we have a huge mission and huge purpose yet to nurture perceptive and knowledgeable residents of the city and to research and present various aspects of life in Vilnius in an up-to-date way and to collect artifacts relating to the city history. For example, these cartons of milk, which I do not remember because I was born 3 years after Lithuania declared independence, for me, they're quite interesting relics of the past when I'm looking at how do you use those things, yeah? But for older generation, for example, my parents, this carton of milk gives back nostalgic memories of their childhood, of their youth, and everything, yeah? So we have even different generations, but different views to the past, but we can find a common denominator to talk about this. City Museum, of course, we are located in the old town of the city, but we are not happy to be only in the whole town of the city. So for some exhibitions, we are having a trolley bus full of exhibits, full of interesting things about different parts of the city, of those boring suburbs. I think even Krakow has this thing, yeah, those gray, huge buildings who do not. Only people sleep there and nothing happens. But we wanted to present to Vilnius residents that, well, where you live, it's interesting. And it's always interesting where you live, when you have your stories, where you tell your stories, and this is interesting for us. The city history, the city museum, it's not only about the city center. And of course, involving people to explore the city. Yeah, today and last day we talked a lot about this topic, and even after the last panel, I had have so many ideas what to do next. Yeah, how to engage people, and to the end. So we are trying always to work with communities, with people, with residents, especially of those neighborhood areas that at first seem very boring. For example, in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I do not remember, we will be opening an exhibition about a neighborhood that really doesn't exist. People know that this is a neighborhood. Yeah, it was a neighborhood located near, in the Soviet times, near the prospect or the street who was named after Red Army. And people lived there and they had their own identities. They weren't any pro-Russian or nothing. They're a mix of people of different ideas, cultures, and everything. But officially, in none of the Vilnius city maps shows that neighborhood. But people who live in that neighborhood, they know boundaries, They know which streets are theirs, which streets are different neighborhoods. They are patriots of their city, and they're very angry at us that we use this derogatory term to name that neighborhood. I will not say it because you will not understand it. You should learn Lithuanian, sorry. Sorry, but there is also that thing. And the collection, and we are always interested in those, as I showed the biography of the city, you know, in these olden times with huge artwork, craftsman work and everything. But again, the interesting thing is the items that people made, or the items that were destroyed during these 34 years, or the items that were destroyed after we joined the European Union. This is me on the right, yeah, standing near the huge sign of the former sock factory of Vilnius. We had the sock and linen factory, Sparta. It is not connected with the Greek city Sparta. It's in Lithuanian. We have this word which means fast and which translates fast. So, and we collect not only historical artifacts like historical pre-1990s, but also the artifacts that were created even after 90s, after 2004, and even today. We even make our own items as a collection. Those milk cartons that you saw, our museum made them. We had the pictures, and because none of them survived in this good condition, we printed them ourselves, and we made the item that connects a couple of different generations, and we can talk about it. And a couple of photos, collection, Vilnius history, and that's it. So yeah, my last remark, what I wanted to say with my presentation is that these 20 years in the European Union are quite amazing. Yeah, we have huge freedom and everything, but we, as museum workers, shouldn't be in the way of positivism thinking. Yes, everything was cool, everything is fine, but there are people who live in our city who think different ways, think about other stuff. And for example, they do not like that your city is the capital culture of Europe, yeah? And what to do with them? Well, we should collect their stories, we should have talks with them, and we should find a way to communicate with them, because even a negative story is a story of our city. Thank you.
Yes, I believe it was a well-deserved applause for you. Thank you to Povilas Andrius Stepavicius of the Vilnius Museum for asking all these very important questions to which there are no obvious answers. And I believe that very many countries of Central and Eastern Europe can easily relate to these questions.
Very much so. The next speaker, we also have a Lenin, don't we? We used to have, quite a lot of things are similar, I think, in our past. But for now, the next speaker in this panel is Blagovesta Lekova from the Historical Museum of Dimitrov, who will speak about identity and change in recent times.
The floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. I'm Blagovesta Lekova and I am from Bulgaria. First of all, I want to say thank you for the invitation, and it's an honor for me to be here with all of you. This is my table, and I will present you identity and changes in recent times in Historical Museum of Dimitrovgrad. On March 23, 1998, the National Strategy for the Accession of the Republic of Bulgaria to the EU, the program for its implementation, and the National Program for Adoption of Acquis of the EU were adopted. Since January 1st, 2007, the country is a full member of the community, and Bulgaria entries into New Europe. Coincides with the period of intensive development and establishing of new technologies. This process changed the nature and appearance of the country, not only politically and economically, but as well as in the cultural sector. Until the country's accession to the European Union, museums in Bulgaria operate mainly as research institutes. The largest percentage of scientific research activities in the country was carried out in them. And until 1989, they also performed purely ideological function, which will serve the party propaganda. These features required a conservative image and working methodology of the Bulgarian Museum as a temple of enlightenment and culture. Unlike other post-socialist countries, Bulgaria experienced embarrassment when exposing the socialist period in the country. This is mainly dictated by the negative attitude of part of the population towards socialism. In this context, the Historical Museum of Dimitrovgrad faces the difficult task of adaptation and development given its historical background. It was created in 1951 as a museum of socialist construction, with the main task of presenting the construction and development of the first socialist city in the country. In 1985, the identity of the museum was changed to the Museum of the Brigadier Movement in Bulgaria, which is another term strongly associated to this period. In order to survive as an institution at the end of 19th year of 20th century, when the exposition of the new recent history were removed all over the country, the museum management took steps to change the structure of the museum again. In 1998, its identity has been changed. It was organized as a general history museum with two departments, new and recent history and ethnography. With this act, the museum specialist and the local government managed to preserve its essence. Bulgaria's accession to the European Union has stimulated Bulgarian museums to successfully work on the problems of museum activities and culture in the country, while at the same time undergoing adaptation to the new policies and changing environment. The political reality and the rapidly developing technologies forced the Bulgarian Museum to change its development strategy and work methodology in different directions to acquire the appearance of a modern house of culture and to survive in an increasingly competitive environment. In addition to collecting, preserving, presenting, and researching, traditional cultural institutions have to change their appearance and activities. Just a second. Historical Museum Dimitrovgrad is also adopting its activity, as we can safely say that it successfully benefits from the new political, economic, and cultural specificity. Thanks to the opportunities created by the EU, it takes advantage of the right mechanisms, presents its identity to the general public. One of them is the Cultural Roads Program of the Council of Europe, which has been developing strong cooperation with the European Parliament and the European Commission since 2010. The municipality of Dimitrovgrad, which owns the Historical Museum Dimitrovgrad, has been participating since 2012 in the international project Atrium, Architecture of Totalitarian Regimes of the 20th Century in the Governance of the Urban Environment. It aims to certify a cultural road that covers 18 partners from 11 countries in Southeast Europe. The role of the Historical Museum Dimitrovgrad is very important. Some of the museum specialists are one of the main moderators of the structure of the initiative for Dimitrovgrad and Bulgaria. They have been selected as external experts for identification, classification, and overall expert assessment, preparation of scientific passports of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, including objects, archival films, photographs, oral testimonies, customs, and others. The Atrium Cultural Road was certified in 2014. It strengthens European identity in its unity and diversity. Historical Museum Dumitru Graț is one of the sites in the town that complement the essence of the Cultural Road. It exhibits a unique museum collection dedicated to the Brigadier movement in Bulgaria, which was the main instrument of the former regime for the creation of this specific architecture. One of the long-standing goals of the management and employees of the museum over the years has been the exploration and successful preservation of this particular period, as it is inextricably linked along the lines of the city, museum, exhibition. The aim is to establish the socialist period as a brand for the town, and in particular for Dumitru Graț Historical Museum. The contrary will be illogical. A town dedicated to the New Order and a museum for when the foundations were laid. Interesting, but it is an exposition related to the socialist period. We have how Dumitru Graț and how Youth Brigade movement. In the museum that give rise to another actual problem. It is related to the visitors' current ideas about the display and presentation of movable cultural property. Unfortunately, the appearance of the house has been preserved with minor adjustments in the state in which they were first opened in 1987. They are a model for making exhibition since the end of the socialism. Constructed with showcases with a large amount of documents and photographs at the expense of the exhibits, they fully correspond to the spirit of the time in which they were created and which they represent ideologically, aesthetically, and technologically. We could argue that this defect turns the exposition themselves into an effect. However, their qualities cannot be competitive with the modern requirements of the museum audience. The compositions are strict and static, information is hard to digest. As a result of the country accession to the New Europe, new economic and cultural opportunities are opening up for the museum institution to work with a range of international, official, and non-governmental organizations. Currently, the process of preparing the technical exposition plan for the renovation of the above-mentioned house is underway. The project works in cooperation with the Institute for a Study of the Recent Past, and it is financially supported by the America for Bulgaria Foundation. It aims to reorganize and renew the exposition in order to develop and strengthen their impact on visitors and to be morally and technically competitive. At this stage, however, the disadvantages are obvious. The competent museum specialists work diligently with so-called temporary exhibition. They emerge as a successful way to attract visitors to the country in Dumitru Graț in the years after Bulgaria's accession to the European Union. They bring the necessary attractiveness and variety to the museum. They introduce different topics to the local community. And the museum experience with them shows that scientific or aesthetic value of the exhibition alone is not enough to attract the museum audience. It is necessary to present a collection related to topics relevant to society. As an example, we could present the visiting exhibition of the Ministry of Interior Museum, Drugs and Violence. Unattractive in itself, but extremely instructive and informative. It was presented to previously organized groups of students from our schools in Dumitru Graț. The lecturer was an employee of the Regional Police Department. This exhibition is a clear example of how a collection not so interesting as exhibits provokes great interest because of the public's needs for awareness and knowledge on a given topic. Through successful cooperation between public institutions, useful and educational project was presented with a great success among the students. They are also one of the target group of the museum visitors. The aspiration is to join efforts with the municipality of Dimitrovgrad and the educational system in the city for the students to acquire a sense of community and belonging to the local tangible and intangible values are preserved over time. To build sustainable habits towards the local cultural and historical heritage, considering it as a part of the world cultural heritage and to support the educational process. Pursuant to a decision of Dimitrovgrad Municipal Council, children can visit the museum sites free of charge. Traditionally, museum specialists organize together with school teachers and the students themselves thematic lectures and lessons. Nowadays, we can say that teenagers are part of the museum institution. Every year, a large number of students participate as volunteers in another initiative, the European Night of Museums. Historical Museum Dimitrovgrad has participated in since 2010. Over the years, many temporary exhibitions, screening, reenactments, workshops have been organized. It is a vivid example of encouraging the activities of museums in the direction of non-standard presentation of the funds, the attraction of new audience, and utilization of new spaces. An opportunity is created for the inclusion of the museum activity in a modern urban environment which is changing intensively through the EU projects operating in the country. Community policies to increase the role of the regions and municipalities as the main factor for sustainable development are also reflected in Dimitrovgrad Historical Museum. A widespread renovation of public buildings, including the main museum residence, began in the city. It was completely renovated in 2016. The studies of the most significant archaeological site in Dimitrovgrad municipality, the sanctuary of the nymphs and Aphrodite near the village of Kosnaku, which had been interrupted for decades, were also restored. For this purpose, financing under the FAR program. For the management of the sites, the archaeology department was established in the museum in 2009. A new hall for temporary exhibition has been opened, in which findings discovered by the ongoing archaeological research on the territory of Dimitrovgrad municipality are presented. Bulgaria's accession to the European Union in 2007 necessitated the unification of our country's legislation, including the cultural heritage field, that has caused radical changes in museum activities that we have all witnessed in recent years. The invisible and significantly larger site of the museum, its collection opens up the world smoothly. Static displays are being replaced by modern techniques for arranging collection. And the museum has become a landmark for the town and the country, part of the cultural needs of the local community. Thank you, everyone, for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you to Blagovesta Lekova from the Historical Museum Dimitrovgrad. Thank you for sharing your ideas on what to do with this unwanted or wanted, that's up to discussion, heritage. And thank you for outlining all the changes that your museum has undergone.
Let us now invite to the stage the last speaker of this session, Ignat Teodor from the Bucharest Municipality Museum, who will speak about exploring the medieval archaeological record as a way of preserving local identity.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us here. It's a real pleasure of being here to present you this talk. So I'm an archaeologist. I'm going to focus a bit more on archaeology than on museum. So a little bit of historical context, and this is kind of the plan of the presentation. You'll see it when you'll see it. So the medieval age, just a bit of historical context. The medieval age in Romania begins in the 8th century AD, and a couple of dozen rulers, kings, castles, battles, and churches. It ends in 1821 with a big revolution. And now let's focus on Bucharest. The history of the city begins right in the center of the actual city today, and it begins with the place that became later on the citadel of the rulers of Wallachia. The oldest archaeological record there that can be linked to Bucharest dates back to the 14th century AD. It was attributed to Mircea the Elder, who ruled Wallachia at the end of the 14th century. It's not a big fortress, but the city grew around this place, as you will see. The oldest maps of Bucharest date back in the late 18th century, and as you can see in these plans, the city grew organically with windy and bent streets, which is another way of saying that everybody did what they wanted in and built wherever they found a suitable place. And the situation doesn't change much over the years. And these are plans from the 19th century and then the early 20th century. And this is a map of the development of Bucharest from the first record plans of the city up until now. And what you'll notice is that in the last 100 years, the city grew exponentially. One of the reasons that the city grew exponentially was the communist regime, which made a purpose in destroying the city's history, and what's even more bad is that when they couldn't destroy it, they hid the history of the city. These are churches that have been moved from their original place and now most of them are behind buildings that were built during the communist regime. So this is kind of what the damage was during that period. Whole neighborhoods were demolished to make room for new buildings. The one you see in the background is now called the House of People, is where the parliament resides right now. And it is one of the biggest buildings in Bucharest, and I think one of the biggest buildings in the world. But this action of removing history was not a new action in Bucharest. This old palace, the old court palace, was abandoned somewhere in 1799, and the place was sold piece by piece, and during the 19th century new buildings were built onto this place, and basically the history of the city, the oldest history of the city, was hidden for more than 150 years. In the 1970s, a huge archaeological project transformed this site, which is right in the center of Bucharest, into an open air museum, which functioned for about 30 years up until it was closed for new renovation, and I will talk about that a bit later on. The aftermarks of the communist regime, you can see them as let's say, controversial architecture. Some people like it, some people don't, but I think we need to accept the fact that these buildings are in Bucharest, and we need to integrate them into the city urbanscape. Romania entered the European Union in 2007, along with our neighbors from Bulgaria. And we entered the European Union because we had the values. We earned the values of the European Union in 1999 with the revolution. So we wanted freedom, we wanted cohesion, we want to do our own life. What we missed was the money. So these signs, probably you've had them all over Europe. It's European funds coming to found new ideas and projects for every country. For the museum, this began later on in 2015 with the reopening of the main exhibition, the permanent exhibition, which is called The Time of the City. It's an exhibition that goes backwards chronologically, so it's not necessarily the way exhibitions are made. So it starts with the post-communist era, and it goes back all the way to Paleolithic. And this idea of Bucharest then and now, which you can see all over the place in this main exhibition, inspired some of the presentation, some of the bits of the presentation that I'm giving today. And these European funds helped our museum to restore some of the buildings that the museum administrates. And it's this very nice, beautiful ethnographic museum. Sorry, this 19th century house, which was turned into a museum of ages, which is an anthropological museum that looks at more at the people of Bucharest and their individual stories than rather than the history of the country. The observatory, which is the first observatory in Romania, which turned from a very dusty building into a modern observatory with a modern exhibition on astronomy. And what we do with archaeology, as I'm an archaeologist, we do a lot of archaeological projects in Bucharest, mainly in the city center, where we discover the old history of the city. And our research inspires, for instance, architects that are working on those projects to emphasize the history that we're digging up and to make it available for the public. And these projects started roughly, let's say, 10 years ago. These are archaeological excavations right in the city center of Bucharest, where we discovered an old inn that was built in 1683. And some of our discoveries have been put on display, and people can see them. And we not only do these physical representations of our archaeological discovery, but also digital ones through research of old photographs and trying to superimpose the old and the new. And in some places where we don't have the possibility to put on display the actual archaeological finds, we do it through digital means, which we disseminate on publications, on Facebook, on our website, and so on. And coming back to that, to the place where the city of Bucharest has started, this is a 3D model of the palace, which a couple of years ago in 2019 entered a new restoration project, which also needed a lot of archaeology. And although the place was archaeologically researched during the 70s, it was not done on the entire surface of the palace, and new archaeological research was needed. And luckily we found a lot of interesting artifacts and a lot of interesting archaeological contexts. Some of them much older than the city itself, dating back to the 7th century, the 10th century AD, which are now preserved to be, in order for them to be exposed to the public when the museum is going to be ready. And this is the plan, a part of the plan of our research. In the middle is the 14th century fortress. And some of the archaeological finds in the basement of this palace, and the reconstruction of the new museum that's going to be there. At this point, the project is on hold due to lack of financing and some issues between the constructor and the mayors, but we hope that very, very soon it's going to restart. Meanwhile, what we do is that we try to get our research to the people through events like open day events on our archaeological sites. Last one, which you can see in the picture down there, it was just 2-3 weeks ago. What you see behind is a school, and we're doing some archaeological research on a cemetery, and the children were all excited about our discoveries, but since they act like children, they threw papers, they made what children do, and I thought it's a good opportunity to invite them to explain to them what we're doing there, what are the finds, so they can be more engaged in archaeology, in the history of the city. So what we're telling is, what we're trying to do is to tell relevant stories for the people today about the past of Bucharest. And since no presentation should go out without some charts, these are the number of visitors from 2009. This is the data that I found from 2009 up to 2021. You see the big drop during the pandemics, 2020 and 2021. And the other chart is just one of the indicators of what the EU did for Romania. It's the increase of GDP in Romania in the last 10 years. So this share, like, and subscribe. It's not for the presentation, but it's for this beautiful session in the wonderful city of Krakow. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ignat Theodor of the Bucharest Municipality Museum for presenting this palimpsest of history, including destruction, change, recreation, and growth.
Yes, and that was, ladies and gentlemen, actually the last presentation of this session and of the whole conference. But fortunately, there's still a panel discussion ahead of us. So let me now ask again to join us Povilas Andrius Stepavicius, Blagovesta Lekova, and Ignat Theodor. hopefully we'll have a very good discussion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last panel session. So if you haven't asked a question yet, this is your last chance, I'm afraid. So yes, let me start by asking whether you have questions. To be honest, I have lots, but we're here for you, our audience. So yes, please. Okay, there is a question. We just need the mic. Could you please raise your hand again so that we know where to send the mic?
Thank you. I have a question for Povilas. Actually, there are 4 questions, but 3 are left because I Googled. So you mentioned this Soviet writer Petras, what's his name? And the Google says that he was Lithuanian author. So, but actually I Googled then and he was collaborationist and so on. So it's understandable why it was happening with the monument. But my questions are, what happened to all these monuments in Lithuania? Because we know the examples from other Eastern European countries where there are special let's call it graveyards, where these monuments are also on display. So what happened in Lithuania? If they are in the museums, are they on display? And maybe the question that you can answer more broadly is, since we have so many examples all over the world, let's say, for example, the removal of Confederate generals in America, the monument of Karl Lueger, the mayor of Vienna from the beginning of 20th century, which was all over it, there are graffitis saying Schande, shame, and so on. And we also had a scandal in Slovenia 2 years ago because of the removal of some of these monuments. And we have the ongoing debate about why all those monuments are not removed yet. So people are eager to be involved in this happening with monuments. Do you think that museums should be involved in these discussions? Should they be forums for open debate for that? Or is it maybe, or can it be a counterproductive? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And yeah, at first, the thing is, in Lithuania, with those, with the Sovietization of public places and every monument and, you know, that Red Star and everything, at first, the idea was that nobody needs them. So one guy in the southern part of Lithuania established private museum, and he gathered all those. That Lenin that you saw is in that private museum. It's near Druskininkai. I think Polish people will know this place, but it's in the southern part of Lithuania, and it became this some sort of graveyard. But then we saw that it becomes this strange touristic place where you go to see those monuments, and you can take a photo with Soviet uniform, and you know, with Soviet symbolics and everything, and then it loses the sense. What do you want to present? Yeah, what do you want to show? The monuments that were brought down, or do you want to, you know, let people use gazirovka and, you know, be happy and you know, be thinking, oh, it was a good time. The thing is, with other sculptures and with Cvirka, with that Soviet Lithuanian author or Lithuanian author, we can I think say it either way. Is that the National Museum of Lithuania is trying to get those sculptures. But the problem is that, as we all know with national museums, is that if they collect it, nobody will see them. Well, they will keep it in their storage somewhere. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a logistical problem. It's not ideology or something. And as a Vilnius museum with that Cvirka monument, we had an idea how to be more involved. It will answer your other question. And we wanted to make this workshop for a couple of months where people of both sides of barricades, that is pro-monument and anti-monument, could gather here and talk. Because, well, maybe we'll find some consensus, or even though if the public, Vilnius public would declare that they really do not want this monument, we would hear it in normal, how to say, normal way, not by shouting, not by using derogatory terms and everything. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen because the political climate is quite hot with this topic, especially since the Russian invade Ukraine. So in Lithuania, Russia is always equal with Soviet Union, and everything went into the flames. And what I wanted to say with my presentation, maybe I wasn't very clear, so excuse me for that, is that yes, museums should be those moderators of, especially city museums, because there was, I would say, a handful of beautiful suggestions from artists, from writers, from activists, what to do with that place. There were, you know, installations, laser shooting from his eyes, there was floating heads, everything, you know, was crazy, full of ideas. But the thing that won was just simply to remove it. And I'm quite sad. I'm not, well, I do not like his works. I do not like Soviet Lithuanian writers, yeah, to be clear. And I do not like some people that have their statues, like Mayor of Vienna. But in these struggles, in these conflicts of memory, we forget that there are people who love them and who like them. And it's not about Confederate generals or some colonialists. Let's talk about, you know, writers or collaborators. But there are people who love them, like their works, what to do with that, what to do with their memory, how they understand it. And well, history is no right or wrong, so we decide what is right and wrong. But I think it is wrong to neglect those people who are opposing you. But it's a difficult question because everything has, you know, if it was a Nazi, it will be different. Yeah, if it was a, you know, I don't know, racist, colonializer, it would be different. I would say every sculpture, every monument is different. There is no, you know, this handbook how to deal with past monuments, and it's good that there isn't. So we are, as City Museum, should be. Sorry, I'm talking for 8 minutes. So, yeah.
Yes, it's this broader question of erasure of history, yes, and what to do with it. I don't know, would you like to relate to it, maybe what's happening in Bulgaria with this regard? Or is there any question from the audience concerning this topic, or maybe any other topic? There's a question. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm still interested in examples of events or workshops where you did manage to talk about these positive and negative stories. I mean, are there? How do you organize it, and what works and what doesn't work? Maybe also for Vesna.
Well, Dimitrovgrad is a very small town in southeast Bulgaria, and we mainly work with students from the schools. I have already said that they are coming in museum cities for free, and they are part of the museum. It's very easy for us to connect with them because the teachers are helping in all the time. The institution work together very well, and they are in the museum in all the time. They feel good, and this is very great for us because we have 4 houses Two of them are connected with socialism. And as I say, Bulgarians feel shame when they are connected with this historical period. It is very hard to invite Bulgarian visitors to our museum. We have success only with the children and with foreigner visitors of West Europe. I don't know, because I think this period is some kind of legendary for them. Students are our target groups, and we make workshops in art galleries, in the archaeological departments. As with the colleagues in Bulgaria, we have archaeology a lot. And our task is to preserve socialism. In Bulgaria has only one other museum that have exhibition connected with this historical period. And it is in Sofia, and with House.
These students, do they also have these feelings of shame, or how is it for their generation?
No, I didn't feel shame too, because maybe I was born in 19th, and I'm not connected with this period. Yeah. And as a historian, we try to represent this period without feelings.
Ignat, would you like to relate to it?
So, through archaeology, what we're trying to do is to bring back those histories that were hidden during the communist regime somehow. I mean, we can't replace those churches to their original places. They're hidden. But telling their story I mean, the opportunity is an archaeological project that happens there due to restoration works or changing the landscape around a monument or church or on a street or something like this. And we treat these opportunities as ways of getting those stories back to the people. Because some of them are completely forgotten, at least by the younger generations. So this is what we do, and we try to convince architects when possible to get those relics out in the open air again.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could just share one comment as a Krakowian concerning what you said before and these ideas, what to do with the monument of this poet. In Krakow, and that was an intervention from Ala before, because in Krakow, we also had the monument of Lenin, yes, and then it was pulled down. And I believe that, it stood in Nowa Huta district, which is used to be a workers' district, and now it is also very often visited by foreigners as this district were to see the relics of the communist times. And there was this time when some residents of Nowa Huta found it tiring of being seen only through the prism of the communist times. And in 2014, they actually recreated the statue of Lenin, but they had it painted yellow, and there was this pissing Lenin, so it's like the reference to mannequin piss. So you can interpret it in many ways, but it's like just pissing on this being viewed only as a communist relic. And I believe it's now somewhere in a museum, yeah. It's like House of Utopia. Sorry? An amusement park in Sweden. Is that what I heard? Yeah. So, so yes, this is what you can do too. I'm not sure whether you have some examples of such interventions, also from artists, from other activists, what to do with this wanted, unwanted heritage?
Yeah, we have a lot of, there is a lot of ideas what to do with this, with those things, but with Lenin, of course, we didn't have any time because it was 1991 and, well, the times were different and you need to react and you need to do it. But the funny thing is, that for me, as a person born after Lithuania became independent, is that I didn't see Lenin in the square, but I see the square. I saw the square. For 25 years, the square hadn't changed. Only the sculpture was removed. So you see, there was, in the 90s, in the beginning of the independence period, everybody was reactionary, everything fine, but they didn't disclose, you know, the area, the space, and everything. And of course, artists are always on this mind. But I have one small comment why I think about those things that I present. Yeah, maybe I can look to you. You can look at me like a crazy person. What does he think? Young man thinking nonsense and everything. But the thing is that we had this project in our museum, and we collected more than 500 pictures from Vilnius residents. We digitalized them, and originals were brought back to them. And we always wrote some stories of those people. And when you are starting to hear that they are saying like this, well, this is my grandfather. You know, he was, well, you do not need to know what he was, yeah? Well, he was a party, but it's not very official to say it right now. And when you hear these mentions, you hear these lines that somebody do not want to disclose their personal history because they feel ashamed, well, it's quite sad. And we had this wonderful elderly lady who brought us a huge collection of her documents and everything. And she said, well, I have this story about my uncle who saved me from exile to Siberia, but I think his personal history it's not correct to you as a museum. And I was like, what is the history? Well, he was a party member, blah, 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 and so on and so on. I said, but this is the most important thing. This is the most interesting thing, that a party member helped you to not be exiled to Siberia. And for me, it's quite sad that people are ashamed of their own history. It shouldn't be like that. Well, it's our history of our city, of our country, and so on. And yes, I will stop speaking right now, sorry.
Would anyone of our dear audience like to comment on this? Do you have views on, yes, how to interpret history?
Po polsku. Dajmy wytchnąć tłumaczce symultanicznej. My mamy Muzeum Socrealizmu w Kozłówce, gdzie trafiły takie rzeźby.
We have a museum of social realism artifacts in Kozłówka.
Natomiast rozumiem dobrze wypowiedź pana kuratora z Wilna.
And I understand very well what the curator from Vilnius is saying.
Ponieważ tak samo jak w Polsce, na Litwie Związek Radziecki był pojmowany czy rozumiany jako okupant. Okupant. Occupation.
Yes.
Russian occupation, yes?
That's clear. I just didn't hear the word. Because, of course, in Poland, just as in Lithuania, the Soviet Union was, the USSR was seen as an occupying force.
I dlatego w pierwszym odruchu w Krakowie czy w Polsce też były likwidowane te wszystkie symbole, które wiązały się z sowiecką okupacją.
And therefore, in Kraków and around Poland, and just as in Lithuania, at the very beginning, all these symbols that were associated with the Soviet occupation were simply torn down.
I to jest ten sam odruch społeczeństwa, który mieliśmy po okupacji niemieckiej, gdzie wyrzucano rzeźby Hitlera czy zrzucano wrony niemieckie z flagi ze swastyką.
And that was the same instinct that people had after the Second World War, right? When the statues of Hitler, for example, would be taken down, or the ravens from the German flag.
Tak samo robiono w Polsce zaraz po odzyskaniu niepodległości w 90-tych latach, tak? Po rozpadzie Związku Radzieckiego. Dziękuję.
And the same was done in Poland once we regained independence, right, in 1990.
Dziękuję za pytanie. Yes, and thank you for your question. And the thing is, yes, I totally... Yeah, but I know that conclusion, but I have maybe well, sorry, maybe I really didn't make my point, but I'm not saying that that we should preserve those things, yeah, in the city. But what I want to say is that city museums should not neglect these topics, because all the time we're speaking about this modern way, about, you know, positivist thinking, that everything leads us to the better future and everything. But the thing is that not all citizens of our cities feel this way, yeah? Some people are afraid, some people are, I do not know, crazy, yeah? Or some people are quite different than us. But as city museums, we should not fight for standing sculptures on monuments or swastikas or, you know, or Russian symbols or Soviet symbols. But we should not neglect these stories when people of our cities talk about them. And yes, we can create a lot of museums, huge museums of totalitarian past and everything. But by doing this, sometimes we take the story out of our city. You know, and in the main narrative of our city, you know, as an exhibition of some sort, you can say, so for example, Lithuania was a very happy country up until 1940s. Then you can go to this totalitarian museum and learn something more. Yeah, you know, you feel that the dimensions are different. But if you incorporate the stories, the memories of those people who lived in those times, and especially those who are pro or against, yeah, I think the city history will be more multicultural, more multiverse, more adapted to understand what was happening in the city or what is happening now in the city, and so on. So I'm sorry that I'm speaking so much. So I was so silent these 2 days. So.
Are there any other questions or maybe comments? Yes, please.
I have a question for Povilas as well. While listening to you, I was wondering, is there any distinction between Vilnius as a city and Vilnius as a capital? Because, like, a lot of what you said is related not only to Vilnius but also for all the Lithuania. Because, like, January 13, Red Army leaving country, even Cvirka and Lenin removing is important not only for Vilnius and Vilnius citizens, but for all Lithuanians. So is there any distinction between Vilnius as a city as Vilnius as a capital?
Yeah, the short answer is no, the long answer is yes. And yeah, but I will keep it short. But yes, these topics that I mentioned and those points that I make, yeah, of course, they go to a whole country. But this is the problem of the all city museums that are located in capital. This is the problem. This is the capital museum problem. But the thing is, for example, it is very interesting to learn how people in Vilnius reacted and what they did when they found out that Red Army is leaving the city. And it's very interesting as well to see how Kaunas residents and citizens reacted to that, yeah? Maybe there is different reactions. There was a question to Sigita in the last panel about how Kaunas and Vilnius is different, yeah? So our cities are 100 kilometers apart. but sometimes we are very different, but sometimes we're very, very close. For example, Kaunas doesn't have this topic about being under Polish rule in the interwar period. Vilnius has it, and we have a lot of people with that memory. Not many of those people are alive now because, well, a lot of years passed, but their sons and daughters are alive. Memory is traveling, you know, always traveling or always moving. And even though my museum is the capital museum, and those topics are, how to say, are for the whole country, but to see the different parts of the small country of Lithuania with less than 3 million residents, to see different people reacting to the same events, I think just enriches the understanding of what was happening, what is happening, and of course what will happen. Okay.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, I don't see any more questions. I believe that what you all have been saying in here just perfectly matches what I believe we've been saying for the past 2 days, that I believe someone in the previous panel said that we should be more about learning and listening than teaching others, that this is what city museums should be about, and I believe that this is what you've also just said, that we shouldn't neglect all these personal stories. Someone was saying about building trust with the communities so that they actually are ready to share things with city museums. Yes, I believe that could serve as a good wrap-up of our conference, but I believe that Alicia also has things to say.
Yay, so thank you again for this wonderful discussion session. I believe the last one, unfortunately, for today. So let us hear a round of applause once again for our wonderful panelists.
Yes, thank you.
But before we part, Ximena and I have a few words left to say, and not only us, I believe. So yes. Let us thank again.
Let me thank Blakova Stalakova, Ignat Theodor, and Pirvulescu. Povilas Andrius Stepavicius.
So let us thank again not only to our panelists of this session, but to all of the panelists during our 2 days of conference. Let us also thank the organizers of the conference and its wonderful, wonderful audience. So applause for all of us, even if only in our heads. In real life too, if you want. Some of us began as strangers, even though, as rightly pointed out by Michał Niezabitowski in the keynote lecture, we have been a part of the European family for much longer than we realize. Let us hope that during those 2 days we also became friends, for as we probably know, families and their complexities do not always denote friendship. Would you imagine that Ximena and I have actually only known each other for several days, but we are friends already?
Yes, we all feel a big family in here. Yes, indeed, it goes to show the value of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, and how important it is to create a safe and welcoming space that fosters a sense of community and allows for discussions to blossom. Over the last 2 days, we've heard papers and participated in discussions on a wide range of topics, from tourism and over-tourism through tangible and intangible heritage, localness and globalism.
Yeah, and I'm especially glad that we had a chance to be honest with each other. We didn't speak of utopias, but of the reality of how many challenges contemporary city museums have to face.
Yeah, exactly. The reality check is what we need, an honest and open conversation about what it means to hold on to the mission of preserving history whilst looking towards the future, listening to our communities.
And with this in mind, let us welcome to the stage the director of the Museum of Kraków, Michał Niezapitowski, to share some parting reflections. Only then do we get to party. Sir, the floor is yours.
Don't be afraid, I have no many to say in the ending of the conference. My problem is that I always have a problem with summarizing conferences. Truth be told, it is, in my opinion, just impossible. To paraphrase the prophet Isaiah, words are as rain, but the rain itself is not important. The fruit it helps to grow is. Now it has rained in this audience room for 2 days. We will return to our cities, our museums, to think and to grow, to think about our friendship and about our past and about the European community, which is such divided as we saw in this room. I'm talking divided because I am very interested how the last panel, listen, Jan, Joanna, Anne-Marie, Brecht, and our guest from West Helsinki, our guest from West Europe, listening how we still discuss about communism past, which is very important for us. For you, maybe something very exotic. For us, as you see, no. However, we should, or more, we must remember that whatever we learn, however we grow, the mission of museum professionals is to bring this knowledge, this experience and growth to our audience, to the citizens of our cities. And this is our task, I think so. I want to thank you for your time, presence, and intellectual endeavors. It was a pleasure to meet with you, and for me personally, these 2 days, it was a great benefit. Let me thanks for a few very important persons for this conference. First of all, thanks for Ania and Krzysiek, the curators of this conference. Thank you so much. And thank you for your applause, but it is not the last applause I expect. Thank you so much for Julia. She is graphic designer of this conference. Thank you for Marcin, Piotr, Robert, and Adam. Robert standing here. Our fantastic technical audio-video team. We have all our conference documented, so recorded. So it is for forever. Thank you for the head of Krzysztofory Palace, Mateusz. And thanks for our volunteers. Can we call all volunteers our? They are? Ola. Ola. They are? Idę jeszcze? Ola, Karolina, Oskar, Paweł, Klaudia, Joanna, Ewelina, Kim, Yuan Won, our volunteers from Korea, Michał. Thank you for your help for us. And special thanks for our wonderful hosts, Ximena and Alicia. We have heard many words during these 2 days. I do not think you need more, especially from me. I'm happy that we will stay together a bit longer time now, after conference. This is an opportunity to share thoughts and opinions and plans for the future. But what is the most important, you are always welcome in Krakow. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to Michał Niezabitowski for this summary and parting words, but yeah, we probably have heard enough of them. So, Ximena, what should we use those last moments of the conference for?
I believe that we should continue the discussion because really so many topics have been left untapped and unanswered, but maybe we can do it in a more informal setting.
I agree, definitely so. So in a second, we will invite you to lunch to discuss everything informally, hopefully. And afterwards, if you have signed up for the cruise, then please head to Anna and Krzysztof, who will give you all the details. But before we go to lunch, one last shared activity is there for us. If I could invite everybody to the stage for a group photo.
It's actually called a family photo, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, do join us.